Hi, how are you guys? So we're going to be making these goblets that you see here today. Have you guys been here before? Okay. Just give you a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes. You can see them doing that now. We dip it into the molten glass. A little bit of the molten glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when we blow through that pipe, the ball of glass on the other end will blow up like a balloon. He's going to shape the glass on that steel table. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And then when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. The glory holes operate at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and both the furnaces and the glory holes are powered by natural gas. So right now, Ben, tall guy in the gray shirt, is making the stem of the goblet. So he's starting from the top down. He's making a little blue ball. It goes on top. All the colors you see while we're working are distorted by the heat. All glass looks orangey when it's hot. As it cools, that orange glow disappears, and you'll see the true color of the glass. The glass blowers that you see on the floor today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Ben, the man in the center in the gray shirt, Ben Cobb. He's the head of our glass shop. Over on the right, the man in the black hat, Gabe Feenan. And standing in the center, Sarah Gilbert. another member of our core team of glassblowers. So the goblets that we're making today are for our annual fundraising auction. It's called the Red Hot Gala. It's going to be on September 30th. Each year, we design a decanter and matching goblets to sell only at the Red Hot Gala. Each year, it's a different design. Apparently that wasn't up to QC, so we're going to start again. Hot glass only sticks to hot steel. So before we dip the pipes into the molten glass, we have to heat the tips up so that the glass will stick to it. So right now in the center, Ben is heating up the tip of that pipe so that the glass will stick. When we make these goblets, we usually start out by making the bowl of the goblet. Can we put up the goblet anatomy? So just so you know which parts I'm referring to, the bowl is the part you drink out of. The little decorative part underneath it is called the avolio. We're going to put a little optic ball in the middle of the stem. You can't see the foot. Oh, can you see it up there? No. Okay, you're going to have to make adjustment. There we go. So the foot is the part it stands on. The stem is the part that holds it up. The bowl is the part you drink out. So the man sitting to the left of the workbench, he's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass while the man sitting at the bench shapes it. Do you guys have any questions so far? So we'll probably make a couple of bowls. We'll put them in this silver oven over here called the garage, keep them warm. Then we'll build up the stem, pull the bowl out, and stick it on top. Sarah's holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom flat. Ben is leaning on the sides to make the sides of that bubble straight. Sarah's going to bring some glass to Ben at the center. We call this a bit, bringing a bit. We wind on a little dollop of molten glass. Sarah's going to bring another bit. Can we put up the goblet anatomy again? So the part that they're making is the avolio. A-V-O-L-I-O. It's right underneath the bowl. Now we're going to transfer the bowl of the goblet to a second steel rod called the punty. Gabe, in the black hat, has the punty. He'll bring it over to Ben. Ben will attach it to the bottom of the goblet. Goblet. There we go. We are at a concert, a glass blowing concert. Do you guys have any questions? We're going to stretch out the glass at the very top. We're going to trim some of that off. When the glass is hot, you can actually cut it with a scissors. So now we're going to widen the opening so you can drink out of it. The tool in Ben's hand is called the jacks. We press against the inside of the opening, and it gets bigger. Do you guys have any questions? You have to speak a little louder. Oh, well, the glass, when we put the glass in the fire, it makes it soft, and then we can cut it with the scissors. You can't cut it when it's cold. So we're going to take the bowl off the metal rod, and we're going to place it in the garage. The garage is the silver oven with the curved side. It operates at about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. So Ben's getting some more glass out of the furnace. Ben in the gray shirt. And we're going to make another bowl. Shape the glass on that steel table. Steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. He's going to blow one puff of air into the tube and close it up with his thumb. The heat and pressure will expand the air and blow out the first bubble. So one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. This will become the bowl of the goblet, the part you drink out of. Yes. Say that again. What kind of glass do we use? Spruce pine. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean the brand? Oh, there's thousands of different kinds of glass. We use a glass that's specifically formulated for hand blowing. It's a soda lime glass, and we get it from a company called Spruce Pine Batch in North Carolina. another kind that's formulated. Shape it by hand. The glass that goes into a bottle is formulated to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000. We'll put that in our recycling bin. So that bowl didn't pass QC. The bottom was a little messed up. So we're going to make another one. Yes. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So that's what the furnace looks like inside. There's a big ceramic pot in the bottom half, and it's filled with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glass in that pot has the consistency of honey, so it's like dipping into a big jar of honey. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions so far? I know you probably just came in. We're making these goblets that you see on the steel table. And the part he's making now is the bowl, the part you drink out of. Because it was hot. Yeah, because it's soft. The hotter you get, the softer you get. If it's cold, it's brittle. If it's hot, it's soft. Sarah's holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom flat. Now Sarah, in the black shirt and shorts, is going to come over with a little dab of molten glass. We're actually going to use 2 dabs. And we're going to make a little spindle-shaped part called the Avolio. Avolio. Each time we bring a little glass to the glass blower and he winds it on, that's called bringing a bit, B-I-T. The next thing we're going to do is transfer the bowl from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. We attach the punty, hot glass sticks to hot glass, and then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. The glass at the top of the bowl is usually a little bit thick. So we're going to stretch it out and trim some of that off so we have a nice thin lip to drink out of. So these goblets that we're making are a limited edition goblet. Each year we make a limited edition goblet and decanter, and we sell them at our annual fundraising auction, the Red Hot Gala. Can we put up some of the old designs up on the big screen? So each year, if you look up on the big screen, each year we have a different design. We make 50 goblets and 35 of the decanters, and then we never make that design again. As we finish each of the goblet bowls, we place them in the garage, that silver oven. That'll keep them warm until we're ready to assemble the goblets. How long does it take them? Well, Ben's been blowing glass for 30 years. Gabe, 27. Sarah, I think 24. So now Gabe is rolling the clear glass in powdered colored glass. We're going to melt it onto the surface. So if you look at these goblets, you'll see that the little ribbed ball underneath the bowl has a little bit of color. Yeah, just powdered colored glass. That's one of the ways we do it. We have a whole bunch of different ways. So now we want this ball that's on the top of the stem to be ribbed. So we're going to heat that bubble up and we're going to stuff it in a mold called the optic mold. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? See, optic mold is a cast metal mold. It has ridges on the inside. We stuff the bubble in there and blow, and when we come out, the bubble has the ridged texture. So we're building the stem of the goblet. We're building it from the top down. So we just made a little ball. Sarah's coming over with another bit. We wind it on. Ben will heat that up a little extra, and then it'll shape it. How are you? Do you have any questions? Chris, do you have the photo of the goblet in the switcher? So there you go. So we're building we made the optic ball, the rib ball. Now we're making the two little discs that go underneath it. Then we'll make the stem and the foot. And we'll pull the goblet bowl out of the garage and stick it on top. So the stem is going to be hollow. So we made another bubble. That one didn't go on right, so we're going to do it again. Sarah's going to bring another bit, another dab of molten glass. We'll make it into the second disc. And then we'll make another bubble for the stem. So Gabe in the black hat and shorts. Guess they both have black hats, black shirt and black hat. He's got the bubble for the stem. So these guys are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They work for the museum. They're all extremely talented glass blowers. Hi. How are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Nope. How hot is the glass? Is that what you want? Or how does the oven? Which which one? The oven or the glass itself? The glass. It's 2,100 degrees. It's as hot as the hottest volcano. What? Um, it's um, it's easy to mess up. Everything has to be just so. Um, Sarah's going to come over with a little more glass, another bit, to make a little disc on the bottom of the stem. This type of glass making is Venetian style glass making. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we work pretty much, not exactly, but pretty much in the Venetian style. It's called a blown foot. It's the base, but we start with a hollow bubble. We cut it off, spread it out, and that makes the foot that the goblet stands on. You'll see it's a little complicated. So we're going to hold that bubble up in the air, let it droop onto the stem. We inflate it slightly and cut it off in a big teardrop shape. We're going to heat up that teardrop, and we're going to cut that in half. We're going to bust off the pointy part. That'll leave us with a little hollow sphere with a hole in the end. We're going to heat that up, spread it out, and that will be our foot. This is called a blown foot because we blow a bubble to make the foot. So Ben in the center will take the jacks, those metal tongs, and spread out that bubble to make the foot. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So there's gas burners in the side of that thing. So if you look where the glass is coming out from the burners, that's the hottest part. Yeah, it depends on how far he sticks it into that oven. If he sticks it in way in, then the whole thing will get hot. If he keeps it out a little bit, then the bottom just gets hot. We're getting ready to assemble the goblet now. This is going to happen very quickly. Ben is going to sit down at the workbench with the foot and the stem. Sarah is going to come over with a little dab of molten glass, followed very quickly by Gabe with the bowl. So Gabe is the man by the silver oven. Sarah is the woman at the furnace. And Ben is the man in the center in front of the glory hole. So Ben sits down. Sarah comes over with the dab of molten glass, followed quickly by Gabe with the bowl. That little dab of molten glass will glue the two parts together. We'll tap, release the metal rod, and our goblet is assembled. We'll heat that up once or twice more and make sure that everything's straight. And then we'll put the goblet in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight to prevent it from breaking. So we'll put a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the goblet itself. The water will crack that joint. Just a light tap will release it. And Sarah will take it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Gabe Feeney. Anybody got any questions? Oh, there is no break. We're going to make the next one. No rest for the wicked. You're welcome. So when the glass is thick and gooey like that, if we see something in there we don't want, a bubble, a little piece of debris, we can actually just cut it out and shape the glass again. So Ben's making another goblet bowl. Ben is the tall guy with the gray shirt, the center of the workshop. He's going to heat that up in the glory hole. Sit down at the workbench. Gabe seated to the left. He's the guy that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow into that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. We put up the goblet anatomy. So this part he's working on now is going to be the bowl, the part that you drink out of. Thanks. Sarah, in black shirt and shorts, is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom of the bowl nice and flat. We're going to add a little decorative element called the Avolio, Avolio. Sarah's going to bring some glass to Ben in the center. She's going to wind on a little dab. We'll shape it up a little. Then we're going to get a second dab. And we'll shape it into a little spindle shape called the Avolio. Can we put up the goblet photo? The goblet photo. So this is the goblet that we're making. Right now, he's making the bowl of the goblet, the part you drink out of. So now we're going to transfer the bowl to a second steel rod called the punty. It'll hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. We'll break the glass away from the original pipe. And now we can heat and shape the top of the bowl. Does anybody have any questions? So these are a special limited edition goblet that we're making for our annual fundraiser, the Red Hot Gala. We're going to make 50 of these goblets. We'll only sell them at the annual fundraiser, and then we'll never make this design again. Can we put up some of the older designs? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see some of the designs from the past. So you make 2 goblets and a matching decanter. Each year it's something different, and once we make our limited edition, we'll never make that design again. We're going to blow a little air into the front end to make it a little fuller. We'll heat it up, and then we're going to widen the opening so you can drink out of it. Wrists and forearms. That's what gets not chemicals, not burning, not cuts.
And so where does Tripoli have his main studio these days?
In Seattle.
In Seattle. So he's got like probably a team of guys like similar to the quality of these guys that go over and help him. And he just works on his own. He's just blowing glass all the time.
He's running around different countries being a celebrity and
Being a celebrity and showing stuff. Yeah, doing a lot of that, yeah.
he's not part of this museum. We're a separate institution.
Got
We
it.
don't really have anything to do with it.
Yeah. Got it.
We admire it. So now we're going to blow up the bowl of the goblet. Gabe, sitting to the left of the workbench, is blowing. He's inflating the glass while Ben, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. Sarah's going to hold a wooden paddle across the bottom. Make the bottom of the bowl nice and flat. Sarah's coming over with a little bit of molten glass. We call this bringing a bit, B-I-T. We wind it on. Sarah's going to bring another one. And we're going to make these two little dabs into a little spindle-shaped decoration called the Avolio. A-V-O-L-I-O. Ben's going to squeeze that little dab with the jacks. Sarah's holding the wooden paddle across the bottom. Make it nice and flat. We're going to transfer the bowl from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. So we're making goblets today. This is the design. Right now we're making the bowl, the part that you drink out of. Colors in glass come from different metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. Yes, well, for these goblets, the little ball underneath the bowl, we just roll it in powdered colored glass and melt it on. It's 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1250 centigrade. 12, you want centigrade or Fahrenheit? It's 1250, 1,250. So now we're going to widen the opening so you can drink out of it. Shape it with different tools, or we can blow it up like a balloon. Okay, why is the building shaped like this? There's three reasons. Reason number one, most important, it looks really cool. Reason number two, the building is designed to act like a giant chimney, the whole building basically, so that there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number three is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. When the architect saw those old buildings, you can see a picture on the big screen, that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. So as we make each of these bowls, we're placing them in this silver oven over here called the garage. That oven will keep them warm until we're ready to assemble the goblets. Can we put up the goblet anatomy? So we just made the bowl of the goblet, the part you drink out of. It's in that oven over there. Now we're going to make the stem. Gabe is going to roll the glass, the molten glass, in some powdered colored glass. And we'll melt that on. And that'll give the little ball on top of the stem some color. So we want the little ball at the top of the stem to have a rib texture. So we're going to stuff it in a mold called the optic mold. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So the optic mold is a metal cast mold. We jam the bubble into the optic mold and blow. And when it comes out, gives it the bubble a rib texture. So Ben's going into the optic mold right now. You'll see when he comes out, the bubble will have a rib texture. So we're going to cut off a small section. And that will leave us with a little ribbed ball, which will be the top of the goblet stem. We're building the stem of the goblet from the top down. So there's the optic ball. Then we're going to make two little discs in the stem and then the foot. Does anybody have any questions? So we're making the two discs. Sarah's coming over with the glass for the second disc. That's Sarah Gilbert in the black shirt and shorts. We wind on a dab of molten glass. And Ben, sitting at the bench, will shape it. How long they work together? Ben and Gabe have been working together for 20 years. Sarah, I think she's with me. Just let me ask. 16 years. Sarah has been here for 16 years. These guys work for the museum. They're all incredibly talented glass blowers. This type of Venetian-style glass goblet making is hard. Everything has to go right. There's a whole bunch of steps. Some things you can fix, but some things you can't. So we're remaking the two discs. Every step of this process is kind of a one-shot deal. You get sort of one chance to make it right. So this makes goblet making particularly difficult. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. Take care. Yeah, like the goblets on that steel table. Venetian style. Does anybody have any questions? Over to your left, Gabe is blowing a second bubble. This bubble is going to become the stem. The stem for this goblet is going to be hollow. He's going to get that bubble hot and soft, hold it up in the air. Ben will attach it. We'll inflate it slightly. Then we'll stretch it out and cut it to size. Oh. So we're building this goblet from the top down. Next thing to make, we'll put a little disc at the base and then the foot. Oh, I think these things are running about a half hour. Mm-hmm. Is that a lot or a little? Nope. We're going to add a little disc at the base of the stem. The bowl for this goblet is already made. We made it earlier this morning. It's sitting in that silver oven with the curved sides, staying warm. And once we finish the stem and the foot, we'll pull the goblet out of that oven and stick it on top. So now we're going to blow another bubble. This one is going to become the foot of the goblet. Can we put up goblet anatomy? So if you look up on the big screen, this is the foot, the base on which the goblet stands. This is going to be what's called a blown foot because it's made from a bubble. It's a little complicated. We'll take this bubble, hold it up in the air, let it droop onto the stem, cut it off in a big teardrop. We'll heat that teardrop off, and we're going to cut that in half. This is a classical Venetian way to make what's called a blown foot. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came to the United States and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we work pretty much, not exactly, but pretty much in the Venetian style. Oh, we have 5 core members of our team and maybe 6 part-timers. So we're spreading out that bubble to make the foot. These goblets that we're making today are our limited edition goblet. Each year, we make a limited edition of 50 goblets that get sold at our annual fundraising gala, the Red Hot Gala. That's going to happen on September 30th. And it's a big fundraising dinner to fund this museum. Each year we do a different design. We design a goblet and a decanter. We make 50 of the goblets, 35 of the decanters, and then we'll never make that design again. So now we're going to transfer the foot and the stem to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the foot and stem from the bottom while we attach the bowl. Here comes Sarah with the punty. Attach it to the bottom. So this is going to act as a temporary handle to hold the foot and the stem while we attach the bowl. We made the bowl a little earlier. It's been sitting in that silver oven called the garage, staying warm. And now we're going to stick it on top of the stem. The assembly happens very quickly. Ben, in the gray shirt at the center, will sit down at the workbench. Sarah will come over with a little dab of molten glass, and then followed quickly by Gabe with the bowl. That little dab of molten glass is called the glue bit because it'll hold the bowl to the stem. Here comes Sarah with the glue bit, followed very closely by Gabe with the bowl. Little tap on the metal rod will release it. So now our goblet is assembled. We'll heat it up once or twice more just to make sure everything's on there straight. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to put it in an oven called the annealer where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. Yes. It depends. Depends on whether it's something we've made a lot of or not. Into the annealer to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Gabe Fina. It depends. A failure rate depends on whether it's something new. If if we're making something we've made a lot, we could make 100 of them before we lose one. If it's something new and difficult, maybe we lose 1 out of 5. Relatively new, yeah. Yes. For the ball, we have the list. He's doing it right now. We take the clear glass out of the furnace and we roll it in that little bowl of powdered colored glass, and then we melt it onto the surface. Yeah. Why is it built like this? There's 3 reasons why the building is this shape. Reason number 1, most important, it looks really cool. Reason number 2, the building is designed to act like a giant chimney. Basically, the whole building is a giant chimney, so that you make a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number 3 is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills along this waterway. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. When the architect saw old photos of this waterway, he saw these big cone-shaped metal outbuildings, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. So we're making another goblet stem. We have several little bowls stored away in this oven over here called the garage. We're going to construct the stem and the foot, and then we're going to stick the bowl on top. Gabe in the black shirt and black hat is blowing a bubble for the stem. This part of the stem is going to be hollow, so we make it from a separate bubble. Hmm? Oh, they'll all be the same. Yeah, we try out different variations of design, and then we settle on one, and then make a limited edition of that. Well, yeah, and other times we'll make a variety of things of all different designs, but for this particular project, we're going to make a limited edition all the same. Yeah. Glass is made mainly of three ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it, it's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand, and the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. you guys have any questions? Crystal is a type of glass. They're both glass. Crystal is a type of glass. It's a glass that has between 25 and 35% lead in it. The lead makes it softer so that it's easy to cut and polish. It also makes it denser so that the glass bends light a little more, so it's a little more sparkly. Yeah, I mean, to us, crystal or the soda lime glass, it's like chocolate and vanilla. The retail market has made it something, focused on it and made it something very expensive. It's not really inherent in the glass. We're getting ready to assemble the goblet. Sarah's going to come over with a little dab of molten glass on top of the stem, and followed quickly by Gabe with the bowl. Here comes the bowl. That little dab of molten glass is called the glue bit, and it'll hold the bowl onto the stem. So we'll take the finished goblet to our annealing oven, where it'll cool slowly overnight. Thanks for coming in, guys. We're making more goblets. It's a goblet day. Yep. We got to make 50 of these. 50. Each year we make a limited edition goblet for our annual fundraiser. And so we'll make 50 of these and then we'll never make this design again. So it's a limited edition. That's to trap the air inside, and then the heat and pressure expands the air and blows out the bubble automatically. We usually do it when we start the bubble. These things are running, I'd say, 20, 25 minutes. Yeah. So we'll probably make, a dozen or so in a day. It's a little bit kind of like a sports thing. When you start in the morning, it takes a little while to get in the groove. Once you're going, then things go faster and smoother. No, there's no limit. We can recycle our glass with our glass, but it's a different glass than you put in a bottle. The glass that goes into bottles is made to harden very quickly, so a machine can make thousands of bottles an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly, so we can shape it by hand. It's sort of the proportions. There's three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. The sand is the bulk of it. The soda ash is the component which softens the glass, and if you have more sand and less soda, it it gets harder and stiffer. If you have more soda and less sand, it gets softer. Yep. Sarah's coming over with a little molten glass to make a little disc at the base of the stem. We wind on a little molten glass. Ben will heat it up in the glory hole, the round oven, and then go back to the bench and form the little disc. So to the left of center, Gabe is blowing another bubble. We're going to use Gabe's bubble to make the hollow section of our stem. Gabe's going to get his bubble really hot and soft. He's going to hold it up in the air. Ben will attach it to the stem. And then we're going to cut it off in a big teardrop. We'll heat up that teardrop, and we're going to cut that in half. We're going to bust off the pointy part of that teardrop. That leaves us with a little hollow sphere with a hole in it. We'll spread that out, and that'll become the foot of the goblet, the part that stands on the table. Does anybody have any questions? So we'll spread that bubble out, and that will become the foot. So we're going to transfer the stem and the foot to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Sarah's making the punty. She'll bring it over to Ben. Ben will attach it to the bottom of the goblet, and then we'll break the stem off the metal pipe. So we stick it on the bottom. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. That didn't break quite the way we anticipated. I'm going to try, we left a little ball attached to the pipe. We're going to see if we can join those two together. Didn't work. We're going to have to start again. So if you look at Ben, tall guy in the gray shirt, he's dipping his pipe into our glass furnace. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, you can see what the furnace looks like inside. Each furnace has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,140 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like a giant crock pot full of honey. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes, those are called blow pipes, and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we pull it out and heat it up a little extra. So for these goblets, we're making the bowls first, putting them in the garage. Then we're building the stem and the foot, and then we'll pull the bowl out and stick it on top. Sarah, to the left, is coming over with a little dab of molten glass. We call this a bit, B-I-T. We wind on a little dab. We'll shape that up, and then we're going to take a second little dab of glass, and we're going to make a little spindle-shaped decoration called the Avolio. Can we put up the goblet anatomy? Oh, actually, no, that's not going to be, we're making two little discs. We have a different design here. Sorry about that. We have two little discs over here. We're making these two discs here. So to the left of center, Gabe in the black shirt and black hat is making a bubble for the stem. It's going to be a hollow stem. He's going to get his bubble really hot and soft. He's going to bring it to Ben at the center. Ben's going to attach it, stretch it out, and cut it to just size. So these goblets that we're making are a limited edition design for our annual fundraising auction called the Red Hot Gala. This year it'll be September 30th, and we'll be raising money for the museum. We're a private nonprofit, so we have to make our own money. So each year we design a goblet and a decanter. We make a limited edition of 50 goblets and 35 decanters. And then we'll never make this design again. Can we put up some of the older designs up on the big screen? So if you look, each year it's something different. So the designs are a team effort of our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. The folks you see here work in the glass. Does anybody have any questions? It's all clear except for the little ball in the middle. Yes. So we heated up a piece of red glass and we just wound it on and melted it into the surface. Well, it happens all different times depending on what you're making and how you want it to look. But it's different colored pieces of glass melted together. So we're going to add another bubble for the foot. This is called a blown foot. It's a classical Venetian style way of making a goblet foot. So we're going to bust off the pointy part of that bubble. That's going to leave us with a hollow sphere with a hole in the end. And give it a tap. We're going to heat that up and spread it out, and that will be the foot of our goblet. We're going to take the jacks, those metal tongs, and press against the inside of that opening. Make it wider and wider and wider till it's almost flat. So that's the foot, that's the part of the goblet that sits on the table. Does anybody have any questions? Transfer the stem and the foot from the rod they're on now to a second steel rod called the punty. P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will act as a temporary handle to hold the stem and the foot from the bottom while we assemble the goblet. Sarah's coming over with the punty. Attach it to the bottom. When we feel that the bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So now we're getting ready to stick on the bowl. We made the bowls a little earlier. They're sitting in that silver oven called the garage, staying warm. And now we're going to pull it out and stick it on top. The assembly is going to happen rather quickly. Ben is going to sit down at the workbench with the stem and the foot. Sarah's going to come over with a dab of molten glass, put it on top of the stem, and then Gabe is going to follow very quickly with the bowl. Here comes Sarah with a little dab of molten glass, followed by Gabe with the bowl. A little tap on the metal rod will release it. And now the goblet is assembled. We'll heat it up once or twice more, just to make sure everything's on there straight. At this point, we can make little adjustments. When Ben is satisfied, we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it will be cooled very slowly overnight. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the goblet itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Sarah will carry it to our annealing oven, where it will be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Gabe Feeney. Yes? What?
Had they planned ahead of time in terms of each
It's pretty standard.
It's standard.
Yeah.
So they don't have to, it's not unique for every piece. They kind of know what the sequence of events.
Yeah, if they each have at least 20 years of glassware experience. So this is the way you make the goblets pretty straightforward.
Okay. So the goblets is a standard recipe.
Yeah. Can we play color overlay? Gabe, I'm going to just show
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Thanks for coming in, guys. So we're going to be making goblets until lunch. So it'll be the same routine. Ben, in the center in the gray shirt, is making another goblet bowl. So the man seated to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass while the man sitting at the bench shapes it. Do you guys have any questions? Sarah's going to hold a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom of the bowl flat. If you just came in, we're making these goblets that you see on the steel table. We put up the goblet photo. We're going to add a second little dab of molten glass. And we're going to heat it up. And we're going to make a little spindle-shaped part on the underneath the bowl called the avolio. You put up the goblet anatomy. So if you look up on the big screen, we're making the bowl, the part you drink out of, and we just made the little decorative spindle-shaped part called the avolio, A-V-O-L-I-O. Does anybody have any questions? So, just to give you a little quick introduction to how glass blowing works, everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,140 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like you have a big giant crock pot full of honey. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of these steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. You dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. When it starts to get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So you'll see him hold it in the glory hole for a little while, come back to the workbench, do a little shaping, and then back to the glory hole to soften it again. The glass itself is made out of three main things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Glass is mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those three ingredients into the furnace, cook them overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of molten glass. So the bowl is pretty much done. We're going to take it off the metal rod, and we're going to put it in this oven over here called the garage. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage will stay warm, hold its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, the same way you get into anything else, work and school. Some of our guys learned entirely at work. Some of them went to art colleges and learned there. Here in Tacoma, you can start studying glassblowing in the Tacoma Public Schools. There's no formal system for becoming a glassblower, not like in the old days. See, 78, 45 years. There you go. Except for being in jail. 45 years in jail doesn't count for much. They're all very talented glass blowers. I hesitate to rank them. So some of them are better at different things. Ben is particularly good at goblet making. So he's leading the team today. The way that we're working today is pretty much classical Venetian style glass blowing. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we blow glass, not exactly, but pretty much the way they blow glass in Venice. We brought it home to Tacoma. Well, I'd say there's a Venetian master. His name is Lino Tagliapietra. He's the greatest glassblower in the world. He started when he was 11. He just retired at 87. He inspires me. So now we're going to transfer the bowl from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Yes, natural gas and forced air. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Good. Not necessarily glass that broke. There's trimmings, but during the process, you have to trim.
Oh, I see. But do you use it again?
Just as long as it's clear. You can't recycle the colored glass. So Ben is trimming off some of the thick glass at the very top. The glass at the top of the bowl is always a little thick, so we stretch it out a little and trim some of it off. A little while. It's hot work. It's cozy in the winter. It's not so cozy in the summer. It's really a winter sport. Not bad. Today's yeah, we work 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon. We get an hour for lunch. These guys you see here, they're museum employees. They each have at least 20 years blowing glass. So they're pretty used to it. So now we're going to take the bowl, put it in the garage, where it'll be cool, kept warm until we're ready to assemble the goblet. So we're going to make another bowl. Usually we make several bowls in a row. Then we'll make a stem and a foot and assemble an entire goblet. Experience? Yeah. These guys are pretty good at it. If we're making something that has to be very accurate, we'll take calipers and make with the different dimensions. If it really has to be super accurate, then we'll blow it into a mold. But these things, I would say these are kind of across the table accurate. So if you're sitting across the table from your dinner partner, you can't tell the difference, that's good enough. Yeah, these guys are world-class professionals. Ben and Gabe have been working together for 20 years. Sarah for about 16 years. So, sometimes we have different people lead the team for different projects. We don't trade off. It's not like I don't know. It's not like a elementary school game where you give each other turns. We do it, based on the requirements of the work. These are a limited edition goblet for our annual fundraiser. Each year we design a goblet and a matching decanter, and we make a limited edition, and we sell them only at our fundraiser, and then we'll never make that design again. Can we put up some of the older designs up on the big screen? So if you look up on there, so each year it's something different. Nope. So the team designs a goblet and a matching decanter. We make a limited edition for each of our annual fundraisers. We sell them at the fundraiser, and that's it. We make 50 goblets and 35 decanters. We're going to transfer the bowl from the rod it's on now to second steel rod called the punty. This second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. The glass at the top of that bowl is always a little bit thick, so we're going to stretch it out a little and trim some of that off. There's 3 reasons why the building is this shape. Reason number 1, most important, it looks really cool. There's reason number 2, the building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to make the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number 3 is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the wastewood from the sawmills for power. When the architect saw those old buildings in old photos, that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. If you look up on the big screen, they were called, in a much less politically correct time, those were called wigwam burners. No, it's a computer. What did I say? Glory hole. Gets excited. Oh, there's a man sitting up in that booth, and he's listening and he's putting up the images. There you go. There's a number of words that it doesn't understand. When I say pitcher, like a water pitcher, it says picture. It can't figure that out. Or I say biennale, it says being alley. So it's not perfect. It makes some funny translations. put the bowl into the garage. The garage is that silver oven with the curved side that operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep it from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft so it doesn't lose its shape. Yes, once we're finished, we put it in one of those big black ovens. Those are called annealers, and they'll cool it down very slowly overnight. So now Gabe, oh, he's handing it over to Ben. They're making the stem. So that's, you're starting out by making this little ribbed ball. We're sort of going to construct it from the top down. Then we'll make the foot. Then we'll put the bowl on top. What's the difference between crystal and glass? Crystal is a type of glass. They're both glass. Crystal is a glass that has between 25 and 35% lead. The lead makes the glass soft, so it's easy to cut and polish. It also makes the glass a little bit denser so that it bends light a little more and it's a little more sparkly than regular glass. So Gabe is blowing. I'm going to trim off that end. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have these metal molds called optic molds. They have ridges on the inside. We stuff the bubble in the ridge mold and blow. When we come out, it has the ridge texture. So underneath that ridge ball, we're going to make two little discs. We made the first disc. Now Sarah's going to come over with more glass, and we're going to make this second disc. we have paddles, wooden paddles. Can we put up the newspaper photo? Is that what you mean? Yeah, it's just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as we keep it wet, we can shape the glass with it. It doesn't burn too much. It doesn't leave any marks. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Do you know about our contest for kids? Our contest for kids? Any kid 12 and under can do a drawing once a month. We'll pick one of the drawings and make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We'll make 2 copies, one for you to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table outside in the lobby with drawing materials. You can either do the drawing now or you can grab an entry form, do it at home, and mail it in. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? So if you look up on the big screen, we have some examples. These are some of the things we've made from the kids' drawings. So our team is particularly good at interpreting these drawings. We make it as close as possible to the drawing, but we try not to take the kid out of it. Our only restriction is you have to be 12 or younger. I think he's been 12 more than once. So next thing we're going to do is make the foot. Gabe in the black hat and black shirt is blowing a bubble for the foot. So Gabe is going to heat his bubble up, get it nice and soft. He'll hold it up in the air. We'll drop the bubble onto the stem, inflate it slightly. So we've cut it off in a teardrop shape. We're going to heat that up, and then we're going to cut that teardrop in half. We'll bust the pointy part off the teardrop. That'll leave us with a little hollow sphere with a hole in the end. We'll spread that out, and that'll be the foot. What? We can recycle our clear waste. We don't have a good way of recycling our colored waste. What? Yes. So now Ben will take the jacks and spread that out the foot. The foot is the part of the goblet that sits on the table. Sarah will hold a wooden paddle across the foot, make sure it's nice and flat, and it'll sit nicely on the table. We're going to transfer the stem and the foot to a second steel rod called the punty. Sarah is preparing the punty. She'll bring the punty to Ben at the workbench. He'll stick it on the bottom, and that's going to act as a temporary handle to hold it while we assemble the goblet. So now we're ready to stick the bowl on. This is going to happen very quickly. Ben in the gray shirt will sit down at the workbench with the stem and the foot. Sarah will come over with a little bit of molten glass. Ben will wind on just the tiniest little dab, and then Gabe will follow with the bowl. So Gabe is warming up the bowl in the garage, the silver oven. He's holding it closer to the fire to warm it. We'll stick the two parts together. Yeah, Gabe. That's Gabe. Everything we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod, place it in our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. If we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. This design is done. I mean, you could engrave it or something if that was your design. What? If the bottom where it's attached is rough, we can clean that up. So over to the annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Ben Cobb, and Sarah Gilbert. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer them. What about the design? Yeah, it looks like that. What? Oh, the decanter? I don't know. Gabe, have you designed the decanter yet? The matching decanter? Yeah. Got it. I haven't seen it yet, so. Cool. Thanks for coming in, guys. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we're going to be making these goblets that you see here. Can we put a goblet photo up on the big screen? So we're making these limited edition goblets for our annual fundraiser called Red Hot. Each year we have a big dinner and art auction to raise money for the museum. We also design a limited edition goblet and a decanter, and we make 35 decanters and 50 goblets, and then we'll never make that design again. So just to get you started, I'm just going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes, those are called blow pipes, and we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's still hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace. The second type of furnace is called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So we do a little shaping, and then when we're done, when it starts to get stiff, we go to the glory hole, heat it up again, make it soft again, back to the workbench and do more shaping. So this part they're working on now is the bowl of the goblet. It's the part you drink out of. We're making a little decorative shape on the bottom. It's called an evolio. Can we put up the goblet anatomy? So if you look up on the big screen, the bowl is the part you drink out of, and just below the bowl is the evolio. And that's what they're making right now. Has anybody got any questions so far? So next thing we're going to do is we're going to transfer the bowl from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. Gabe, man in the black hat and shirt, he's got the punty. He's coated the end of that steel rod with a little molten glass to make it sticky. He'll bring it to Ben. Ben will attach it, and then we'll break the glass away from Ben's pipe. Ben is the man sitting at the center workbench. These guys who are making the goblets, they are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're our resident team of glass blowers. They're employees of the museum, and each of them has a minimum of 20 years experience blowing glass. So they're very, very good. and they can do just about anything. We're going to shear off some of the thick glass at the opening of the goblet bowl. We put up some of the old designs. So each year it's a different design. So you look up on the big screen, you'll see them. And we'll never make those designs again. So if you buy them, it's kind of a collector's item because that's the last. We'll only make it for limited time each year. So opening up the bowl, the tool in Ben's hand is called the jacks. Those metal tongs. He presses against the inside, and that makes the opening wider. Checking it with the calipers. As we finish each of these bowls, we'll take them off the metal rod and we'll place them in this oven over here. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll heat it up a little extra. Yes. Oh, they have different stories. Gabe in the black hat, he learned, he got a job in his early 20s, knowing absolutely nothing about glass in a glass shop, and just learned everything at work. Ben, tall guy, he got a job, after school job when he was in high school, and then went on to study glass blowing at an art college. He's been working in a variety of shops ever since. Sarah, kind of the same deal. She took some glass blowing lessons in high school and then went on to an art college and studied it there. Here in Tacoma, you can learn in the public schools. There's a glass blowing program in the Tacoma Public School. You start in middle school and go through high school. It's been around for, I think, like 27 years now. And so a lot of those kids who went through it are now professional glass blowers. Why don't the sticks get hot? There's several reasons. The main reason is they're very long. They have a lot of surface area compared to their mass, so there's lots of places for the heat to escape. People compare it to like a frying pan in your house. That's 9 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long. So there's a lot more area to dissipate the heat. 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So Sarah is bringing a little bit of dollop of molten glass to Ben. Ben's going to make it into a little disc shape. So right now in the center, he's working on the stem of the goblet. So that would be this part here. He's making these two little discs at the top of the stem. Yes. Does the glass blower design? This designs, well, it's different. We do all sorts of different things here. These are our team designs the annual limited edition, but we do all sorts of things. We work for other artists. We do production for the store. It's from the team, from our team. They work on the designs together. What temperature would oh, the steel is about 2,800 degrees. So it's a higher temperature than the glass. But we never get it, the rod never gets anywhere near that. The glory hole's 2,300. But often when you're heating something up, the oven or the furnace has to be much hotter than the temperature that you actually want to achieve. The glass is the hottest when it first comes fresh out of the furnace, and that's 2,100 degrees. And it never reaches that temperature again. So we're going to add a hollow bubble for the stem. Stretch it out. We're going to heat that up, stretch it a little bit, shape it, and cut it to size. Ben is shaping the stem. Working with glass is very similar to working on a pottery wheel or working on a lathe. The work spins and we hold the tools against it as it spins and the shapes come out round. So now Gabe is blowing another bubble, and we're going to use this bubble to make the foot, the flat part that sits on the table. This is what's called a blown foot because it's made from a bubble. It's a little bit tricky. It's a classical Venetian style foot. The way that we blow glass here is pretty much the way they blow glass in Venice. The reason that is because starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we work pretty much in the Venetian style. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? What's the temperature of the furnace? There's two kinds of furnaces. The glass furnaces are 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. The glory holes, the round ones, those are 2300. Glass get colored. The colors in glass come from different metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, a little bit of gold makes it red. So it's all kinds of different metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. No. We buy colored glass in various forms, and then we melt a layer of colored glass over our clear glass. So we buy it like an artist buys paint. We buy red glass, blue glass, green glass. All the big furnaces are just clear glass. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the foot and the stem to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the foot and the stem from the bottom while we add the bowl. We made the bowl earlier and placed it in the garage. It's staying warm there. And we'll switch that to the rod that Sarah's preparing, and then we'll start to assemble the goblet. So we stick the second rod on. It's called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. When that bond is firm, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. What fuel does the furnace use? Natural gas. There are electric furnaces. They're getting more popular, but we don't have one. They just have to wear glasses of some sort, nothing special. stick it in cold water. Cold water is the best thing for burns. It doesn't stick to you or anything. If you dropped it on your arm, your arm kind of pulls away automatically. And you just stick it in cold water and keep it there for a while, and that takes the sting out. One of our glass blowers was asked how often he gets burned, and his reply was, only on payday. So we're going to attach the bowl. Little tap will release the pipe. And now our goblet is assembled. We'll heat that up once or twice more to make sure everything's on there straight. And then we'll put the finished goblet into our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Almost everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll put the finished goblet in that big black oven. That's called the annealer. We keep it at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. We'll give the metal rod a little tap. Off it comes. Sarah will carry it to our annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, and Sarah Gilbert. No, it's all clear glass. Oh, well, the little ball, we roll, you see this little stainless steel bowl on that table? That's got powdered colored glass in it. So we rolled the little ball in the powdered colored glass and then melted it on. We roll it in that. We have all sorts of ways of applying the color. That's just one of them. Yes? How long have they been working together? Ben and Gabe have been working together for a little over 20 years. Sarah's been working with the team for about 16 years. Sure. No matter what you do, you always have some little trouble. Not very often, but sometimes. We can recycle our clear waste. We don't have a good way of recycling our colored waste because the big furnaces where we melt it is clear glass. We can't throw red and purple and blue into the clear glass. Can we play color overlay? We have a little video show you how we apply the color.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So this color overlay process allows us to have any color we want, anytime we want. So we coat each bubble individually, and we can make a red thing, a blue thing, and a green thing. If we fill the furnace with, say, blue glass, we could only make blue things. We're a separate institution. We're not associated with Mr. Julie. We admire him, but we're a different place entirely.
So does he have an oven, say, for instance, that's a little bit larger that can accept the vast size of the stuff? Some of these things are like monsters.
Yeah, he has a facility similar to this in Seattle. He makes his glass there. But a lot of the big hanging things, they're made in parts and hung on a metal armature, not all one piece of glass.
Oh, I see. So it's assembled portions. Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions?
No, we're good, thank you.
You good?
Just watching.
Okay.
We had a good course. We had a good session. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We did it.
Are there just like
Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what our furnaces look like inside. It's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of molten glass.
okay?
We're adding a little dollop of molten glass to make a little disc at the base of the stem. Yeah, we're making those goblets that you see on the steel table. This is the stem part, the part in the middle. Can we put up the goblet photo? So that's the design we're making. Now Gabe, over on your left, is making another bubble. And this is going to be the hollow part of the stem. Experience. Do you guys have any questions? Glass is made out of three main things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is a sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which makes the sand easier to melt. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. So sand, soda ash, and lime, cook them overnight at 2,400 degrees. They all melt together and make glass. Do they have the what?
Did you ask the AV if they have a slide for Red Hot?
I did not.
Okay, I'll let them know.
So we're getting ready to assemble the goblet. Ben, the tall guy in the gray shirt, has the stem and the foot. He's going to sit at the workbench. Sarah is going to bring over a little molten glass. We'll put a little dab of molten glass on top of the stem. And then quickly, Gabe in the black shirt is going to come over and bring the bowl. So here we go. You dab on a tiny bit of molten glass. And then the bowl. A little tap on the metal rod will release it. And now we've assembled our goblet. Yes. Oh, glass heats slowly. It doesn't melt all of a sudden. So it just slowly gets softer and softer. It melts more like wax than it does like ice. So Ben in the center is just making little adjustments. So everything's nice and straight. So now we're going to take the goblet off the metal rod, and we're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Ben Cobb. We play kids. So if you just came in, we're making these goblets that you see here on the table. It's a special limited edition for our annual fundraising auction called Red Hot. It happens on September 30th. And each year we make a special limited edition goblet and decanter that only gets sold at the fundraiser itself. We make a limited number of these, and then we'll never make that same design again. Can we put up some of the older designs up on the big screen? No, the goblets, the Red Hot goblets. There we go. So each year it's a different design. I think this was last year. And what we're making today is this year's goblet for our 2023 Red Hot limited edition. When we make these fancy goblets, we make them in parts. We make the bowls first, the part you drink out of. We'll put the bowls in this oven over here, keep them warm. Then we'll build up the stem and the foot. And then we'll pull the bowl out and stick it on top. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. We recycle our clear waste. Yeah, no, we can recycle. Our glass is a little different than the glass that's in a bottle. The glass that's in a bottle is made to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly, so we can shape it by hand. So we can reuse our glass, not the glass from bottles. What's the difference? Well, the glass that in a bottle is formulated to harden very quickly, so a machine can make them really fast. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly, so we can shape it by hand. So it's just a different formula. So we're going to transfer this bowl from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Break the glass away from the blowpipe. We're stretching out the glass at the very top of the bowl, and we're going to trim some of that off. The glass is hot. You can actually cut it with the scissors. Does anybody have any questions? Say that a little louder. Yeah. The glass is really hot after you heat it up. What's the rest of that? How do we cool it down? How do we prepare it to sell? How do you protect yourself? You don't need to protect yourself. You're far away. Yes. He's safe right now. The rod doesn't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe. It's very long, and there's a lot of places for the heat to escape. If the rods get too hot, we have a little gadget called the pipe cooler to cool them down. So if we're doing something really big and it's really hot, then we put on a glove or a sleeve on our arm, and that protects us. Yep. So we'll put the bowl in the garage, the silver oven with the curved side. What? To keep, the purpose of the garage is to keep things warm while we're working. So if we have something that's made in parts, like these goblets, we put the part in there. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we pull it out, heat it up a little extra. So So we're making the goblet bowls separately, putting them in the garage. They stay warm. We'll make the stem and the foot, and then we'll pull the goblet bowl out and stick it on top. So now in the center, Ben, tall guy in the gray shirt. He's making another bowl. So Gabe, the man sitting to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through the steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass while Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Can we put up the goblet photo? So this is the one we're making. Right now they're working on the stem. Yes. The blowpipe to to the punty. You grab it from the opposite side. No, no, everything's attached to the outside. Yeah, so there's a when we blow it, there's a and we grab it from this side, and then we break it off. There's a little hole. We spread that out, make it into a big hole, and then you can drink out of it. Does that make sense? We just attach the punty to the very outside of it. So it's like that, and we break it off. The blowpipe. Yes, exactly. So we'll take that bowl, we'll place it in the garage, the silver oven. It'll stay warm in there until we're ready to assemble the next goblet. Well, there's sort of two two different questions. There's making the colored glass itself, and then there's applying color to another bubble. So if the colors in colored glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. Now, if we were going to make, say, a purple bowl, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, heat up a chunk of purple glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with a layer of the purple glass. And so the reason we do it that way is if we fill the furnace with purple glass, we could only make purple things. But if we coat each piece individually, we can make any color we want, anytime we want. And there's a couple of companies in Germany that do nothing but make colored glass. So they have like 200 colors. So we buy our colored glass from them, and we coat each bubble. We have a little video. Could we play color overlay? I'll show you. We have a little video of the process. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Hot glass sticks to hot steel. So once it's there, it's there.
Okay. And all she has to do is tap it and it'll break off?
Yeah, we make a little notch in the glass, and so it's like when you tear a coupon out of a newspaper, you make a nice sharp crease, and then you pull on it, it tears along the crease. So we make a little crease in the glass, and then when we tap on the pipe, it breaks at the crease.
Do you recycle? Like, we did the shed, big lot left over, and it was almost
recycle our clear waste. We don't have a good way of recycling our colored waste. Because all the glass in the big furnaces is clear. So we're going to trim off a little bit of thick glass at the top. When we're making goblets, we would like the edges to be nice and thin, so it's nice to drink out of. So we stretch the edges out so they thin, and then we cut the thick glass off. Hi. How are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Anything you want to know? The glass furnaces are 2100. 2100 is as hot as the hottest room. I always thought the studio would be a great place to film like one of those James Bond movies. The lair of the evil scientist. They can have gunfights all up and down the balcony. Ceiling opens up, yeah. Big rockets come out. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Hmm? Sure. They run on natural gas and forced air. So now we're going to make a stem. So you've made a bunch of bowls. The top part that you drink out of. Now we're going to make a stem and a foot. And we'll pull a bowl out and stick it on top. Like working on a lathe or on a pottery wheel. The work spins, and you hold the tools against it as it spins. And if you do it steady and even, it comes out round. we put up some of the older designs? The older Red Hot designs? So each year it's something different. September 30th. What? September, not December. September. So it's a big, fancy fundraising type thing. Close so I can hear you. Yes.
How do you get the lava?
How do we get the lava? Well, it's not lava, it's glass. But we make it out of sand. It's made out of melted sand. That's what glass is. So you put the sand in the furnace and a couple of extra chemicals. We cook it up, it turns into glass, and then we dip our pipes in and blow bubbles. Pretty simple. Have you blown bubbles with soap? No, you never blew bubbles? No? I think it's something you should consider. It's fun. So now Gabe has another bubble. We're going to use it to make the hollow section of the stem. You droop it on. We'll stretch it out. Snip it off. Then we'll heat that up, shape it, and cut it to size. So now on your left, Gabe is blowing another bubble, which is going to become the foot. The foot of the goblet is the part that sits on the table. We'll drop the bubble onto the stem, cut it off, teardrop shape, and then we're going to cut that here teardrop in half. You guys have any questions? Huh? Good. Biggest bubble. I don't know. My buddy Rich Royal blew some big giant bubbles for Dale Chihuly. They were, yeah. Here in Tacoma, I think stadium. I think that I'm not absolutely sure, but I think it was stadium. Yeah. We're going to transfer the stem and the foot to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold the stem and the foot from the bottom while we add the bowl at the top. Earlier this afternoon, we made some bowls. They're sitting in the garage, the silver oven with the curved side. And now we're going to stick one on top of this. So now we're going to assemble the goblet. Sarah comes over with a little bit of molten glass. We dab it on the top of the stem, followed quickly by Gabe with the bowl. The little dab of molten glass will glue the two parts together. So we'll heat up the goblet once or twice more. Just make sure everything's on there straight. And then we'll take it off the metal rod and place it in the annealer oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. That slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll put a few drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the goblet itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Sarah will carry it over to our annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Excuse me? These things will run about 25 minutes, I think. No, it has to cool overnight. So these won't be ready till tomorrow morning. So everything that we make here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So inside each one is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like a giant crock pot full of honey. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take those steel pipes everyone has, and we dip it into the melted glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Oh, in a few minutes, they're just taking a short break. Do you guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum. Can we play Kids Design Glass? We have a little video show you what we've done with some of the kids in the past.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
Oh, I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So we're going to make some goblets. Goblets similar to the ones that you see on the steel table. We make them in two parts, well, three parts. We'll make the bowls, the stems, and the feet, and we'll put them together. Like glass? Cool stuff. Sometimes you drop it. Yeah, that me too. Not only you. So we're making the bowl of the goblet. So Gabe, the man sitting at the left, he's the guy that's blowing, and he's inflating the glass while the man sitting at the bench shapes it. So one person is blowing while the other person is shaping. There's some resistance, but not anything a normal person can do. Do you have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? You know about our contest for kids?
How do you make things inside the egg?
How do you make things that, well, you make whatever goes in the middle first, and then you put clear glass around it. So it's the opposite of the way it looks. It looks like you stuffed something in the middle, but in truth, you made the middle first and put clear glass around it. Sort of.
So
I mean,
layer over layer
so
over
what, I mean,
layer.
just, you know, you make a little flour, and you coat the thing with clear glass, round it out, paperweight, put something floating in the middle.
Can you put them inside the glass?
What?
Can you make something like hollow and then put something inside?
Sure. Yeah, so back in the old days, they used to make glasses that had little coins in the middle of their stems. So you make a hollow stem for a goblet, put like a silver coin in there, and close it up. It's got to be something that won't burn, because it's very hot inside.
Why would they do that?
Just for novelty.
I've actually done it myself.
Uh-huh.
I've actually done it myself.
We haven't blown it. We used a hand pump.
Oh. Yeah, we blow with our mouths.
Yeah, I was surprised we used pumps. But most of the time,
Oh, look at
yeah,
that.
most of the time.
COVID.
Good idea. Especially if you're like sharing with people.
You know, it's funny. Um, we put up some of the kids' designed stills. So look up on the big screen. So these are all from drawings of kids like you. So you see that little girl? She's holding her drawing, and below her is the glass that we made from her drawing. It's free to enter. Yep. And if we pick your drawing, we'll call you up. You can bring the whole family down, and we'll make it right in front of you.
I actually don't live here.
Oh, where do you live?
I live in California.
Oh, well, we'll Skype with you. You can watch it over the computer.
I think it's going to be a little more abstract than the kids' drawing.
You do whatever you want. If you want to do abstract, do abstract.
And it actually has a real meaning.
Well, on the entry form, on the entry form, there's a little space for you to write a story about what your drawing is, and that's very important. A good story will go a long way towards winning the contest. So don't skip that part. But you can draw whatever you want. There's a man sitting in that booth where the window is, Chris. And he's what? Yeah, there's a bunch of cameras all over the studio, and he's switching from camera to camera and zooming in and out.
Is it okay to add a title?
Yep. Titles are good.
What?
I said titles are good.
It's called Submerged.
Submerged, that's a good title, yeah.
So when you like work in the glass community, do you guys tell each other like, oh, what style do you make? Do you choose like a genre or a style and become known for that? Because you know, in most art forms, there's like, that's cool. Are you contemporary or modern or like? Do you distinguish between different glass art styles?
like the Venetians work.
Okay.
I call it Venetian style.
Yeah, these are very intricate.
Can I make what, this? No. Someone here did. Not me. This? That's what it looks like.
Wait, it kind of sounded like plastic.
So they finished the bowl of the glass, and then they're gonna do the circle one.
So intricate. Definitely more intricate than the TV.
So we're going to stuff the bubble into a mold called an optic mold. The optic mold is going to give the bubble a ridged surface. So we're making a little ridge ball, which is going to be on the top of the stem. So this little ridge ball. So we're building up the stem of the goblet from the top down. We'll put the foot on, the big flat part, and then we'll put the bowl on top. Oh, because we need to blow it out so we get the right thickness and everything. And then we just cut off a section that we need. We're shaping a little disc that goes underneath the little optic ball. Sarah's going to come over with more glass, and we're going to make a second disc. Just wind on a little hot glass. And then Ben, sitting at the bench, will shape it into a disc. They have, you'll see Ben has a couple of sets of calipers on his bench. So every once in a while he checks it, see if it's the right size. Yeah, sort of. It's soda lime glass, but it's especially formulated for hand blowing. So it's specially formulated so that it softens slowly, it hardens slowly, so we can shape it by hand. The glass that goes into a bottle is made to harden quickly so that a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Ours is formulated to harden slowly, to stay soft long, so we can shape it by hand. We're going to drop another bubble on for the hollow part of the stem. And it's going to shape it. And then we'll cut it down to size. Yes, this is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're employees of the museum. Ben and Gabe have been working together for over 20 years. Sarah's been working with them for about 16 years. They're, they're very, very good at it. The person leads the team depends on what the job is, and not, you don't like take turns like you do in a game. Sometimes, Sarah may be leading the team, or Gabe might be leading the team, but we don't like to take turns.
You're not really keeping tabs, tally necessarily.
Well, it's not a game; it's work.
I know. But is there? How do you determine who's leading which project?
What they're good at.
Okay.
Some people are better at certain things than others. Sometimes it's just a schedule. Maybe Ben is on vacation, so Gabe will lead. It's a work thing, not a let's all be fair. So right now, Gabe is making the bubble for the foot. This is what we call a blown foot. It's a classical Venetian style foot. Gabe will get his bubble really hot, hold it up in the air, and let it droop onto the stem. We'll inflate it slightly and cut it off in a big teardrop shape. Do you guys have any questions back there? Yeah, so when we break the ball, we break the pointy part off. There's a little hole. We spread it out.
Are those how glass plates are made?
What?
Are glass plates made similarly?
Similar, yeah.
When you see a rim a different color, how do they do that?
It's called a lip wrap. Could we put up the lip wrap drawing? So you look up on the big screen. So when the opening is small, we heat up another piece of a different color of glass, and we just kind of wind it on. Usually, then we open that hole up, and it kind of thins it out and makes a nice, clean, thin stripe.
It's midnight over there.
We have a Wi-Fi if you need it.
It's okay. Dad's in England. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't think he wants you to call him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they took it off.
Oh, look, look, look.
They took it off.
He's sleeping. There's no one to chat to.
So we're getting ready to add the bowl. We made the bowl earlier. It's sitting in that silver oven called the garage, staying warm. Ben is going to sit down at the bench with the stem and the foot. Sarah's going to come over with a little bit of molten glass. We're going to dab on a little tiny dab, and then Gabe will follow quickly with the bowl. It's possible, but it's very limiting as to what you can do. We almost always work in teams. I would say blowing glass by yourself is kind of like those one-man bands where the guy's got the cymbals on his head and the drum on his stomach. And we consider it a team sport. So Sarah, we dab on a little glue bit. So now the goblet's assembled. We're just going to heat it up once or twice more. Make sure that everything is on there nice and straight. And then we'll put it into our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off that metal rod and put it in our annealer. We'll cool slowly overnight. Okay, it's for cooling glass off slowly. We keep it at 920 degrees all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. It's an electric oven, so it has a little computerized thermostat, and it slowly turns the temperature down overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just made the thing and put it on the table, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. The slow cooling is called annealing, and the oven that does it is called the annealer. So we're going to make another stem. Make them in 3 sections. You make the bowls, the part you drink out of. See you guys. Take care. Don't forget to get your entry form. Can we put up the goblet photo? So this is what we're making. So the part he's making right now is the stem. So we're going to make it from the top down. We're going to make a little optic ball, and then 2 little discs under that, then a straight part, and then the foot. So Sarah's coming over with a little dollop of molten glass. We're going to make one of the discs. All glass looks orange when it's hot. The glass that we're adding is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. Sarah's bringing over some more glass. We'll make the second disc. Oh, it's in the furnaces? There's the two ones with the doors closed? Can we put up the furnace diagram? So that's what it looks like inside. There's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. It's as hot as the hottest volcano. Ben is putting the finishing touches on the stem. And we're going to add one more little disc at the base. Sarah's coming over with some molten glass. Each time we bring in glass to add to what we're making, it's called bringing a bit, B-I-T. To the left, Gabe, in the black shirt and black hat, is making his bubble, and we're going to use that bubble for the foot. Can we put up the glass goblet anatomy? So if you look up on the big screen, the bowl is the part you drink out of, the stem is what holds it up, and in the bottom, there's the foot, and that's what we're making now. We're making the foot. This is going to be the foot. It's what we call a blown foot. It's a little bit tricky how it gets made. We're going to squeeze that bubble in the middle. We're going to bust off the pointy part. Now that leaves us a sphere with a little hole in it. We're going to splay that out, and that will become the foot. Anybody have any questions? Holding a wooden paddle across the bottom, so it'll flatten the foot, make it so it sits nicely on the table. I'd say these things are running about 25 minutes. The top is over in there. Yeah. You made it earlier. We're going to We're now going to switch the stem and the foot from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. That'll be held from the bottom, and then we'll stick the bowl on top. Sarah is making the punty. All sorts of things. Some of them are commissioned, some of them we put in the store, some of them we make just for demonstration purposes, all sorts of different things. Only if it's clear. No, we don't put it right back in, but we eventually it'll go back in. But if we threw it in right now, it would make a big lump and bubbles, and it would mess stuff up. So now the goblet's held from the bottom. Now we're getting ready to attach the bowl. Ben, in the gray shirt, will sit at the workbench. Sarah will come over with a little dab of hot molten glass. We'll wind it onto the top of the stem, and then Gabe will follow very quickly with the bowl. And that little dab of molten glass will glue the two parts together. Sarah's coming over with the molten glass. Ben's going to wind on the tiniest little bit, followed by Gabe with the bowl. And that molten glass will basically glue the two parts together. We're just going to heat that up once or twice more, just to make sure that everything's on there straight. And then we'll put it in our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Thanks for coming in. We'll put a drop of water on the joint between the goblet and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Is that it? Okay. So that concludes our demonstrations for today. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. It'll just break. If we just put it on the table, it'll cool too quickly and unevenly, and it'll just break.